Good morning. Let's see what's happening here. I need to get my chat out. Let me just get my chat out. Chat pop out, please, so I can see what's happening. And YouTube pop out. There we go. Let's get going. Okay. So, yesterday, I think, was a particularly good day. I was able to win the fight against the UI, I would say. And I might not be 100% done, but I'm pretty done. I'm so done that I think I should be able to move on to implementing new systems today. So specifically, what I wanted to do was build a system that'll allow me to select my party. Right, but before we do that, let's just get our start here. So I'm going to just finish some small tweaks with the UI quickly, and then we can get into the new system building. So let's get going. So you'll see also that we have some new things here. So my wife, okay, she made a new level, and in the process kind of broke some of my levels because of the way the terrains kind of share a palette or something weird. I'm not actually sure why they are like this, but anyway, she painted this thing, and then some of these actually changed for some reason, so who knows. But here we go. This is her level. Quite a bit more stuff happening, I'll be honest, than what mine used to do. I think we can still improve upon this with adding more totems maybe, and varying the totems, because I don't think she had any variation in the totems that can spawn. But this is supposed to be the boss level, right? This is what she tried to do. Make a better boss level. So it's supposed to replace this thing, which is pretty plain, right? Which I think it does achieve that, at least. Yeah. So definitely more involved than that level. Now there's some issues here still that we need to figure out. You'll see that she did place a lot of objects inside of the blue square, which I don't typically do. I don't think it's bad, but obviously now the enemies kind of, they collide funny, and you don't collide with some things and collide with other things. Like I can walk through certain things and then I collide with other things. So we need to figure out, we need to define collisions, I guess. And then she even put some water here. There's something not lacquer with the water. I'm not sure if it's meant to look like this exactly. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the shaders. Like, maybe we should edit some of this stuff a little bit. I don't know. Because it seems like the foam is... there's just too much foam. Maybe? I'm not too sure. And there's also the short... yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll have to... there's quite a lot of stuff you can tweak here. So, I guess if we really want to get into it, we can, but yeah. Yeah, but anyway. Let's go back to some of the UIs that we need to go and finish off. Yeah, let's just close that and close that. Okay, so the UI stuff I still want to finish. So this is my more character stats. We got the health bar, and it kind of works. It doesn't update every time, which is kind of annoying. So we just need to call for updates on this thing. I guess more frequently, perhaps. Yeah, you know what? Specifically the health, right? This health call. I think I need to do this more frequently because currently it's a stat that changes even though we haven't upgraded anything. So, for instance, obviously when we create the stats, we update the health bar. But when we show the stats, we should also actually update the health bar. Right, so I should technically put that in there. I would say. And then I do the same thing again whenever we update the stats. Okay, and unfortunately... okay, so character data... dot game object get component. Yeah, so now whenever we show it, we'll update it, and whenever we click an update, it'll update, and that should be okay. Okay, we'll see when we test it a little bit if there's anything else that I'm missing. Okay, the other very important thing turns out that so my wife play tested the game yesterday, and boy was it a disaster. Well, it wasn't that bad, but I mean, one thing in particular that was quite annoying is the level selection. What the hell? Seems like level building kind of wound up in the main game scene a little bit. Some of the grass and stuff. Oh well. I'm sure that'll get fixed. Yeah, so one of the issues... so let's just open that UI. This is for the level prep UI. Okay, so I mean, it's some of this is not super intuitive, but one of the main problems was when you died, you could still take your character and play with them, right? So I think when you die, we should make sure the character gets booted from this slot, and also you're not able to drag a character into the slot if they are dead. Right, so let's go look at the level prep UI code and let's just figure out how we can check for that, right? Okay, so currently, next level character. So first of all, we need to check if the selected character is not equal to null, right? So that's one thing we need to do. So what we can check, so selected character.add, selected character.icon, but all of this should only happen if, so we can just put an if here, if selected, well, let's see. So we want the selected character dot get. Okay, let's see. Selected character would be of type character, right? So we got not a bunch of stuff here. So we need to check the health. Okay, so we need to go selected character dot game object dot get component character data, And inside the character data, we need to check current health. Or no, dot is dead. Right? If the character is not dead, then we can add the container. We can change the next level character. All the stuff can happen. Unselect all can happen. Okay, let's just see. Unselect all. Just change is the selection to null. Do we want that to happen as well? Do we want all of this behavior to be... So if we did this, that means everything will only occur when the character is not dead. So if is dead is true, then we say we cannot select that character. Okay, what do we do in the case when the character is dead? Right, so one of the first things I think would be to just go and say else, you know, and obviously we should maybe one day make a nice window for this. This character is dead. Okay, this character is dead, and we need to do something else with it, right? So I guess what we could try... maybe do this? I don't know. We just do unselect all. We kind of want to do a list for each loop like this one, right? Okay, so let's think about this. So if we go here and we see, okay, the selected character is actually dead, right? That would mean that we cannot add the icon, we cannot set it to the selected character, etc., etc. Okay, and then we could technically just run this for loop. At the end here, right? So it's kind of, if we selected the character, then it will be excluded from this for loop. If we didn't actually, if we weren't actually able to put down the character, then we'll just run this for loop, right? Making sure the character's kicked out. If it did end up there for some reason, well, it wouldn't have. So, but this kind of for loop we might want to run. Okay, wait, let's not run it there. Let's keep it there. And let's just do... So the character that we've selected... selected character, so it obviously failed, so we can do dot character icon holder dot add, and so we can kind of just put back the icon. Right, we just stick it back. Actually, do we need to do this? I actually don't know what the behavior is going to be. Let's not worry about that. Let's just not enable it. Let's not allow it to be entered into this. Right. I do think we might want to do something like this. Where we set the next level character to null. Potentially. Well, no, it wouldn't have changed, right? Okay, so this might all be fine. Now, the only other thing we need to do is potentially check when a character dies, whether or not that character can still be added to any of these lists. Okay, so this at least checks if it is dead before it tries to add it to the next level character select event. And maybe when we show this specific UI, we also want to kick anything from the next level character event, right? So here we update all the stats values, but I think what we should also do is something like this. We add all the characters to their respective positions, right? So the character icon holder, we add the icon, we make them all true, and we make the next level character equals null. Right, so this way our next level character is going to be made blank. Yeah, so now it's blank. And we need to drag a character in there. Let's think about that. We could also say, well, we could actually just check. Yeah, okay, I shouldn't put that in the loop anyway. So that was a bit of an issue there. Yeah, actually, we could just check it. So we could just be like, we can just do if next level character dot game object dot get component, and we want to get the character data. Well, actually, we want to do a couple of things. Okay, so if that character is dead, we actually do need to do another statement here. If next level character is actually not equal to null, so if we have a next level character to start with, right? So we need to have a next level character if it's not equal to null, and then we check if he's dead. If the next level character is in fact dead, then we need to say, okay, next level character dot character icon holder dot add the next level character dot icon. Okay, so we move the icon. We say that it can be selected, right? So we put the icon back into the holder. We make can be selected equals to true. And I guess then we make the next level character equal to null. So we clear it. Okay, that should work out nicely. So whenever we show this UI, we can check if there is a next level character selected already. And if there is, that's okay. But we just need to make sure that that character is still alive. Right, so if they are dead, then we clear it. If they're not dead, we don't care. We can just leave them there. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So this, I believe, should cover most of our concerns. We can test it out in the game. Let's go have a look. Yeah, so this was the main problem because what you could have done now with the game before I added that is you could actually play with a dead character. And since they are dead, or they are flagged dead, it meant that they couldn't lose any more health or anything else. They were kind of immortal. Which is obviously not a good thing for the game. Okay, so here we go. Let's just go to the next level. Yeah, so no bugs. It figures it out. So we can select the duck, for instance. We've got the duck health and all that good stuff going. Okay, this is the new level. I think it looks kind of nice. A lot of effects and stuff added here. You can see, the collisions are not perfect. Let's go stand here and let's make them kill the duck. Okay, so the duck was killed and it was booted from here. Now I can still select him, right? Because the idea would be that maybe I don't just boot him. Maybe if he actually dies, I put him in the recovery clinic thing. But for now, he just gets booted. And if I try to add him, you see the game kind of tells me, no, wait, you can't do that. So I need to go click on somebody else, and that works now. Yeah, I can just walk through everything. So there's definitely some collision issues here. They can't walk through everything though, but yeah, the character... I can. Okay, great stuff. Yeah, I think that was the main issue or bug that I can remember. So I think that works out nicely now. One other thing that would kind of be nice is if we can change maybe the appearance of the icons when the characters are dead. So I think what I want to do with that, I actually want to do even more. So currently we only have the basic icons and with the basic portraits. It'd be kind of cool if we could have different portraits depending on the state of the character. So I think I'm not going to worry about that now. The functionality is there. Like, I'm more excited to get the new system going, so I think I'm just going to go work on that. And then, obviously, we're going to get back to UI, and we're going to make a lot of changes still. But yeah, so there should maybe be like a cross or some kind of a indicator that, yo, this character's kind of dead. Yeah, so that's the one thing. And then the other thing would be to maybe have a pop-up or something like that when you try and drag the character into this block, to just say, you know, you're actually trying to select a dead character. Please put the character back in the recovery bay, right? Kind of thing. Okay. So, let's go back to our task list. Let's actually create a new task. So this is going to be a new thing that we want to do. So this is the party selection system, right? I don't know. Something like that. And, okay, due date, who knows? Chicken Night project. It is me. It's going to be a multiple time entry task. Okay. And we can stop all of these. And let's create a time entry here. Okay, so we need to do a few things. Okay, so let's go back to the scene. Let's go look at our player. Okay, so here's the thing. I want you to be able to select any combination of these 4 characters. You can select 4 of these 4 characters. You can make a whole team of robins or knights or ducks if you wanted, if that's what you prefer. So we just need to figure out a way to get this working. Now, one of the ways we could get this working is by, I think, having a scriptable object that contains the prefab of the characters is probably a good way of going about it, right? And then we can just add the characters to the player. Now, there's one thing that I just need to figure out, and that's this line, right? So this line appears specifically for aiming with the robin. Right, and I don't really remember how that worked. Right, so let's see if we can just figure out how the hell this is happening. Yeah, so I have this there. This is kind of like a prefab of it's an asset that I got from somewhere, but I don't remember how this works. So I think it's in the player, actually. Yeah, so the player itself has a reference to this line. So let's just see how this works. We look at the player manager, because this is the one thing that's like, it's attached to, it's used for a specific character, but it's attached to the player only. So how that works, nobody knows. I think almost I can get rid of most of these things, to be honest. Okay, but let's look for... I'm pretty sure it is plugged in here, right? Attack indicator line. It is in the player manager. Did I just not see it? Am I? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so let's see, where do we actually work with this? Okay, show attack indicators. Move this to character later. Okay, great stuff. So show attack indicators if attack selected character is in fact the Robin Ranger. Wait, is this ran on update? Yes, it is. Okay, so I guess we could move this to the character. So let's go to the Robin. And let's just go slap an attack indicator script onto the Robin, I think. So, Robin. Or Ranger. Okay, so we would add to the Ranger an attack indicator. Now, this is maybe not a bad idea to add to all of the characters. Okay, what am I looking for? Oh, my scripts folder. Characters, Ranger character. Script. Let's just call this the Ranger attack indicator. Something like that. So we can have that script, and that's where we can move the code from to. So let's just go back to our. Let's just wait a minute. Okay, so what if we just take this line region, move it into our Ranger? So now it's just part of the Ranger. And we can just apply all overrides just so that this stuff is inside of the Ranger. So here we have the line region. So we could actually add the Ranger attack indicator script over here. Maybe. Yeah, if we disable okay, so that doesn't quite work. Hey, this guy. I'm good, thanks. How about you? Okay, this line region script doesn't really have something I can call. Yeah, maybe we add the script. You know what? I'm gonna add the script to the Ranger itself, and then I'll just I'll literally use it the same way I used it within the player. Are you working hard? Okay. You know what? Let's just get rid of all this stuff. Not really. Oh, I know that feeling. By this time, like it's probably what, late afternoon for you now. I also lose quite a bit of my motivation by that time. Okay, so we can take this and we can just slap it into the show it into this, and we'll change some of that behavior now. Okay, so we get that there, and then we need a reference to the attack indicator. So we can do that over there as well. Private game object. Okay, so it can get the selected character, but I don't know if that's required. I think if the Ranger is... This is attached to the Ranger, right? So it's not like... We could just check for targeting. And if we are targeting, we can show the attack indicators. So in update, we can run show attack indicators. As far as I know, this is technically all I need to do. Oh, it's 1:40. Well, like, anything past 12 in the afternoon for me is late in the day. Especially since I'm up at 2:30. If you get up at 2:30, hey, 12 o'clock is a long time. Right? That's like 12. When do I actually... So if I start work at 3... Yeah, that means by 12 I've been going for 9 hours. Is that right? Yeah, something like that. Okay, so we just set it active or false, depending on whether or not we are targeting. We could just check that. So that's really all it needs to do, I believe. So let's just go make sure everything's plugged in. So this is now connected to... Okay. This line is connected to this part of the Ranger. Okay. Which means we don't have a line inside the character anymore. Inside the player, I mean. So we can also just go into the player manager, get rid of that. Level progress bar. I think all of this stuff can go away. I don't know if I use the Spell Juice UI. Do I? Yeah, okay, so the attack line indicator can be deleted because it moved. Yeah, I don't think any of this is still happening. Right, or am I just being dumb right now? Whoopsie. Right, is any of this still being called? Doubt it. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And show attack indicators, also now pointless. Apply health regen for all. This still happens. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, so I believe I only have, well, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few things that I still do or have in here that's not required or used. Yeah, I think this player take damage, for instance, can go away. That's really not required. Okay. So, I think this is where we have to start this whole process, right? Somewhere over here. Okay, so we have a list of party member game objects. Right, and somewhere when we start, we apply characters to player manager. Once we awake, apparently. So once we awake, we add characters to player manager, which basically just creates a list of party member objects and then goes through each transform and check whether or not it is a character and then adds it to my list. Right, and then once I have the list, I can do all kinds of other things with it, right? Now, I need, okay, so that's cool and all, and that's going to happen regardless. So basically what we need to do is we need a way to populate this list or expose this list or something like that so that I can populate it. So the first thing I think we could do is just make it public, right? Because I might want to actually run a script that adds players to this list. Right. Okay. So let's see. The first thing I kind of want to do is I just don't want to maybe... Okay, so this also connects all the characters. I see. Okay, we're going to have to change quite a few things here. Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, but just making that public would mean that I can now actually add the characters myself. Yeah, so we have party member game objects. Okay, so this would mean is, and what I kind of want to do is I want to be able to just, hide those and not have them active, right? Because they're not required. I can still come here and edit them if I wanted. But that shouldn't be the way this goes, right? And effectively what I should do is I should take the party members from here. So I should be able to go like, oh yeah, I want a ninja character. Right, and let's say I want 3 ninjas and a wizard. Right, so this obviously should happen, let's say somewhere in the UI, right? So I should create UI for this behavior. But now we have 3 instances of the ninja character prefab in the party member game objects. Right, so let's see just with that if we can make all of the rest of the code work, and then we'll build the UI to actually get this functionality that I just dragged in there. Right, so the first thing I think is that this is not exactly the script we want to run anymore, right? So we might want to run a function called, let's say, private void, just something like connect character. Let's just say connect character events, right? Something like that. And effectively what we want to do is we do a for each, right, for each character in party member game objects, we essentially want to do that. So we want to do character dot get component of type character data. No, not that. Okay, so we get the character data, and the first thing we want to do is con character data changed plus equals, and we want to connect it over there. And then we kind of want to do the same thing again, but this time on dead change, right? So those two, we just need to connect them again. Okay, this is just adding the list, adding characters to the list, which we've already done. And yeah, so the list already exists. We don't need a new list, so none of this needs to happen. Okay, great. So now this is the function that we run on awake, let's say. Okay, so that's the first thing, and I believe most of this stuff would still work. None of this needs to happen anymore, right? Yeah, we're not using that level prep UI manager anymore, so we can just take that out. So now our party member game objects should be connected and everything should work. Right now, and if we select a character, so normally, let's see, we use character selection. So when we change the character selection, obviously we would change the character, party member game objects, character data. So we get the character data, we set the character to true, etc, etc. So we do all this stuff when we set the selected character. Okay, so let's just, for the fun of it, see what actually happens with a small change in the code. So what I'm expecting is none of these. Okay, wait, there is another problem. So we should actually add them. So even though we have them here, they are not instantiated yet. So we should instantiate them at least. Right, so so connecting the events, we should also do character. Is it game object dot instantiate? Instantiate character. I don't know. Let's just see. Okay. And just do that to give it a parent. So if we go through this list, we'll instantiate each of these, right? I believe this is all we need to do. Instantiate. Yeah, I don't believe we need to worry about. So this all works as well, I think. Otherwise, we might want to do a game object. So we might want to do this, and then we say new character. After instantiating the character, we reference it like that to connect everything. Yeah, that might be better. I'm not actually sure what the difference would be, but it seems like we've created a game object in the world, then we connect that create game object. So we're not connecting it to the list of game objects. We're connecting it to the game object that is now physically in the world. Right. Okay. So this makes sense to me. Let's play the game and just see what it does, actually. So it should, since I've dragged this in, when I click play, nothing bad should happen. I believe. Because when they instantiate, they should be able to go and make all the connections and things like that. Okay, here we go. So we have all the clones with no skill points. Okay, this is broken. I see. Okay, so those are just the... Okay, so this is definitely a problem one. So let's double click on that and see what's happening here. Okay. So this happens on start, where it goes character in get party member game objects. So it didn't actually get a character. Okay, so let's just go to this. So list So that just returns the party member game objects, which I so that list should work. Maybe, okay, maybe we need something else. Maybe we need public list of game objects. Yeah, I think I understand. This is going to be the party member prefabs, maybe. Yeah, so maybe we have a list of prefabs, and then we make this one private again. Did I stop the execution of the game? No. So I think I understand what's happening here. So yeah, that was basically a list of prefabs that I gave it. But the party member game object list should not be the same as the prefab list. So that's the actual object that we have in the game. So if we go through the party member prefabs, right? And we should actually do character prefab here. And this, I think we make it character. Okay, so this is going to be the idea instead. So you take the prefab and you instantiate it in the game world, and then you add the actual character that has been instantiated to the party member game object list. Right, so we create a new list, not there, but there, right? So we create a new proper list for party member game objects, and we actually do something like this, where we add this character. Right, so we instantiate the character, then we add a reference to that list so that we can access it from all the different places. And the actual list would just be character prefabs. Okay, yeah. So if I save this and I go back to Unity, which is compiling. Come on, Unity. Okay, so now we have this new thing, which is now party member prefabs. But we should be able to go put me a ninja, another ninja, a knight, and a wizard, you know, for argument's sake. So now we have that happening. I should actually, I might be able to do this even better, I think. Okay, but anyway, if I play now, this should work differently. Yeah, so we got one totem problem, but that's fine. Okay, but now we got a couple of ducks, a chicken, and an owl, right? And oh, interesting. Okay. Key not found exception. Robin Ranger was not present in dictionary. Where's this? Interesting. Interesting. So the more character stats dictionary, let's see. So the more character stats dictionary, we start off here. We create a new dictionary and we essentially go... very interesting. So we create a new dictionary, first of all, and then we create with the character name inside, with the character name as a key, we go inside of the dictionary. Okay, so this is actually going to be a problem. I see now, because the character names are... yeah, no, this is definitely going to be a problem. Because if you create... The character name is an enum, right, from selected character. But now I'm able to select... I'm able to have more than one character of that type. So all this enumming things are going to basically break now. Yeah, because if you think about it, this dictionary is going to have 2 duck keys. Which means if I try to query the dictionary and get some data from the dictionary, it's just going to break. And also these loops where I use my selected character as a means to loop and check everything in the dictionary, it's also going to just break. That is quite the issue that I'm gonna have to solve now. I really want this to work, so we need to think about how we actually make this work. Okay. So something needs to happen. Right, and I think if I just have one of each character, everything just works, right? It's as soon as I don't have a character, so in this case I didn't have a Robin. So as soon as that character doesn't exist, we have a problem, and also duplicate characters make a problem. It's a little bit different, but it's a problem nonetheless. Okay. So actually when we instantiate these characters, we need to give them a new unique identifier of some sort. So we can go, let's see. So in our player manager, we obviously, this is where the instantiation happens, right? So we connect all the character events, but we literally just go through our party member prefabs, which could have been populated in some way, I don't know. And we add them. Now, the problem is they are not, well, they are unique in that, you know, when they are instantiated, they'll have some kind of a unique identifier, like every game object has, but that might not be such an easy thing to look for in terms of the character itself. So maybe we can go into character data somehow. So let's see what character data has for us, right? So inside the character data, we can obviously have a character name. Okay, so that's going to be the character, the character name or type or something like that. But I think what we should also maybe consider is having a character number or something like that. And this is always going to be like 1 to 4 in a sense. And that'll be unique, right? There's only ever going to be one character 1, one character 2, one character 3, one character 4, for instance. Because you might have character names. The character name is not the unique thing anymore. Because that comes from this selected character enum, which is basically going to break now. Unless we change the enum to be something a little bit different. Like, this might not be selected characters. This might be character types. There could be a way to do this, and it could potentially not break too much. So in our character data, we could do, we could change this to not be a character name, but a character number. Right, so we make this character number. Right, and then we could still have something like a character name that is going to be a little bit different. So let's just... Okay, let's go back to our player manager. Well, we could actually bring this over here. So the selected character is now going to reference a character by number. So this is character number. Or character ID or something like that. Yeah, let's... You know what? Let's call it the character ID. Right. Okay, character ID. Okay, and then we can also create an enum inside of our character data. Public enum character name, or just character type maybe. And the types are just going to be essentially the same things as our player manager. So that these are character types now. Okay. And we can have a public character type. Character type. And then we also have a character ID, which is this. Okay, so let's just save. So now we have character types, character ID. And you know what? Selected character is fine because it just gives you an ID. Okay. And these would be characters, character underscore 1. No, let's just undo that. So we should do rename, character underscore 1, right? And rename, character underscore 2, character underscore 3, something like that instead. Seven references and 2 files. Okay, so we can check. Okay, so the character data obviously looks for this in the character ID. Then the progression manager looks at this. I don't believe the progression manager works anymore, so that might be okay. Then our character level. Okay, so our UI stuff definitely uses this stuff, right? Okay, so let's go check. Okay, we can save this. Okay, so one of the things that's going to happen now is each of these prefabs will be kind of broken. Because now there's a character name, but there's also a character ID, and we need to... Yeah, okay. So the character ID is character 1, and that's fine. But we can change that in code, right? So the chicken knight is the chicken knight, right? And that's good. So the knight is not a problem. The robin, we need to make it make her a Robin for character type. You are an owl wizard. So we just fix that. And then the ninja is a duck ninja. Okay, now the character ID will change. So we'll assign character IDs for these characters. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so now at least all the prefabs are correct. As far as I know. Yep. Okay, so let's go back to our scripts. Not there. There. Okay, cool. So when we go and when we connect the character events, so let's rename this because this is like create characters. Right, so the first thing we do is we grab a new list, and then we go character prefab in party member prefabs, and we add everything. Now, one of the things is the character data. And so let's actually get character data, and let's just call it the character data, and we just grab it because we need to set a bunch of things in the character data. Okay. Yeah, so we make the character, and then we grab the character's data, and then we need to start changing some things, right? Okay, so the first thing we have to do is character ID would need to be equal to. Okay, so let's see. This would be equal to one of. It needs to be a selected character, right? Okay, so we need to be careful about this because when we go through this list, yeah, maybe we make a normal for loop instead. So maybe we just do a for int I equal to 0. Party member game objects dot count. No, party member prefabs dot count I plus plus instead. And then we go in there, so we get rid of that stuff. And then we just need to get the character prefab will be equal to, so this is a game. Well, actually we don't need the prefab like that. We just need character prefab item I. No, this would be party member prefabs item I. Right. Okay. Yeah, so we go to the ith party member. And then right here, the character ID would be equal to selected character. Yeah, how do we actually extract? Yeah, because I want it to be equal to the first one. Oh, what if I just make it equal to I? Does that work? Let's see if... Wait, can you do a cast? So we cast the integer to a selected character. Interesting. Okay, cool. So now this should be character 1 then, because it's going to cast the integer 0, and this is technically a 0 to a selected character enum. Okay, nice. So we changed the ID, so now each ID is unique, even though the names are not unique. Okay, cool. So the character now has a unique ID, and then we can go through the character data. On character data changed. That'll be fine. On date change, all the other connections, it's not going to be a problem. Okay, now let's go look at our UI, because this is going to be interesting. So the character level up UI, let's see. So we look for the selected character quite often. Right, because selected character is important to us, because that's what we use as our ID. Well, yes, so we're going to keep using that because it's very important that we can reference the character. Right? Yeah, so our character's stats would have... Okay, these are just all the elements. Okay, so but basically we create a dictionary with a selected character, so a character ID and character stats. I don't like calling this selected character anymore. I think this should be a character ID, just to make it more clear what we are working with here. So yeah, I'm going to change this enum name actually to be a character ID. That makes it more clear to me. Now obviously selected character in here is a character ID, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so now we come here and be like, okay, cool, so we need a character ID with character stats in this dictionary, and then here we have a character ID with some tuple to upgrade the stats. Fantastic. So now we go in here, we create our stuff. Let's just keep this highlighted. So this is not going to be character name anymore, right? Yeah. So this is the character ID. The character ID is equal to like that. Okay, I think most of this stuff would work now. Okay, we just reference the character ID over here. Straight from the character data, which is perfect. Here we do the same. Okay, so this seems good. Let's see the level prep UI. Okay, so the level prep UI, we have a character, which we gave it a character name. I don't think that's correct. Let's just give it a character ID. Okay. Okay, I don't really remember what this was all about. Oh, yes. Okay, we just set the selected character to that character. Okay, no problem. Okay, so we got our character ID going here. Let's see where else we reference this and if it's required that I change it. Seems fine. Okay. Now, I think the more character stats potentially... Where else would this be? In the character level up UI, actually. There's a bit of the text we update. Let's see. I think it's in the create character stats UI. So we get the character. And we change the character name.text. Yeah, we use the character ID over there. But I don't think we actually want the... character name. Or character type. Yeah, so just here. So we just, for the character name text, we just want to give a character type instead. Right. And here for the portrait name, we can use the character ID, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, level. This never happens, does it, hey? Yeah, I don't see this level text actually changing. Maybe it's because this is only called once when we create the character. Yeah, this should be called... Actually, when is this called? I think it should be called whenever we show this UI, actually. Yeah, when we show this UI, we want to update that just so we can see all the stats. Yeah, I never updated that, so it never worked. Okay, cool. Anyway, so I think that's one of the obvious things, and I think in the more character stats, where I create the character stats, I do the same thing with the character name text, so I don't need an ID there. I need a character type instead. That'll make it a name and not some other funny thing. Okay, let's see if this does anything, if it works. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. But yeah, now we have unique IDs for characters, and the names and everything is unique. So, while the types are not unique, a type is not unique, but a character ID is unique and should be unique always. So we'll just have to check if our UI doesn't have a problem with this. Okay, it's possible that it might have. Okay, let's clear some of those. Let's play it and see how it handles this. Okay, seems like this worked fine. I think this is just the totem. Yeah, if we click more character stats, there we have the Duck Ninja. Okay, yeah, so these are two different Duck Ninjas, technically. Chicken Knight, Owl Wizard. So it would be nice if we can separate these two somehow, visually or otherwise. But yeah, if we go to next level, we can see we have two ninjas. So let's actually, yeah, and select character 2. Let's play with character 2, right? Let's see, but everything is okay. I should really just make this level shorter, but anyway. Let's just come stand here and die quickly. Okay, so this ninja's fine, this ninja's dead. Okay. And it handled that, so I could select this ninja now. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. What is actually happening now? I'm not completely entirely sure why. So the spell juice. Yeah, I'm definitely still losing health. So I can definitely still die. Interesting. So there's something happening with the abilities now. Okay, let's take a look at the... Ah. Very interesting. Okay, I know about... Okay, that's the sound issue, but now... Okay, all our abilities have been broken somehow. Look at that now. Let's just pause. I can change my character. Okay, so we have this guy, which is a clone. But the special attack script is still here. Hey. I don't think... Like, yeah, it's got the shockwave and everything. I believe the character data is... Yeah, this guy just obviously have... he has some other things. His spell juice did go down. Yeah, okay, so it did get that at least. The health is correct. Okay, but for some reason the actual special attack didn't occur. Spawn Knight Shockwave. So Spawn Knight Shockwave wasn't called. Now let's just see. So I believe if we go into the Knight, it should have been called by the animation player. It lost it? That is bizarre. Let's look at the other one. Chicken Knights. Yeah. It totally lost it. Why would that have happened? Like, is this not... Not all the changes have been applied. Wow. Okay. Looks like I was not updating my prefabs correctly. So I was obviously changing them in there, which doesn't make a difference if they are the only ones. But since I was now reloading or loading new prefabs into the world, it kind of meant that some of these things weren't happening. Interesting. Okay, but I did at least do that. Now, I don't want to apply these, because if I apply these, it'll apply them to base, which I don't want. Okay, but now all these should be fine. Okay. Just give it another play. Quickly. Just a quickie. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we got a couple of problems. Okay, so the UI got confused because. Okay, wait. Let's just stop. Let's just make sure I didn't do something dumb here by activating any of these. I did not. Did I change this? I did not. Okay, so these are still the original prefabs. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, let's just clear and play again. Okay, so our UI got broken. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, create more character stats character. So that didn't go. Get party member game objects. I'm assuming it's a null reference exception error. Okay, and then this one kind of broke because oh, you know what? I think I know what I did. Let me just check. I think when I made all the character IDs the same now. Yep. This is actually... No. That should change, huh? The names are fine. Yeah, no, this doesn't matter. Revert. So that doesn't make a difference. Okay, so this thing breaks. So let's see what it tries to do. It goes start, create more character stats UI. Tries to reference that, and it's like, yo, there's nothing there. The character stat manager. Okay, so it's trying to get that with the stat name and all that good stuff. I mean, the character stat manager should exist. Wait. Which is the first one, I think? The sequence would be... This is the newest one, so it starts with this. So level prep UI wants to do that thing, but it can't because somehow... This is 0. Get party member game objects, which calls this list. So is there a way that that list wasn't instantiated? So create characters would have happened on awake. So a new list would have been created, and we would have made a character, get the character data, get all the IDs corrected, and added the characters. That happens on awake. Okay, let's just play again. I didn't actually check if the characters even existed in here. They should have. Okay, so here they are as clones. So they did, in fact, come up. And we can check like the character data. So this is character 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So they all are there. Then we can check. We can make this a debug. Okay, we can see the game objects do exist. So okay, so it goes more character stats UI. Create more character stats UI. Character stat manager. Get stat total. A stat name max health. So it seems like it's the get stat total that's broken. What happened with you? Let's see. Start of game manager. Show character level up UI. Okay, yeah. No, that's fine. And then it gets okay, show UI. Yeah, that's fine. Randomize upgrades. Calculate upgrade value. With a character number, let's just see. Calculate upgrade value. Okay, let's see what this thing is trying to do. So it gives you a stat. Okay, so it gets party member lists with a character number as an index. Then we get the component character data. If stat character data is passive effector, then float new upgrade value is equal to upgrade value multiplied by this. Okay, our passive strength. And then we just try this again. So we do calculate new upgrade value. We give it the stat again. We give it the upgrade value, which is a float, and the new character number. Character number goes greater than 3, we just return. So that should break us out of this. Yeah, so the get that stat total. Null reference exception. I mean, what does it mean, null reference exception at line 51? I don't understand. Is that just where it started? Right, okay, that's where it started. At 51. So when it tried to do get stat total, that's when the error happened. Yeah, I mean, this was working perfectly before, so I don't think that is a problem. So for each character in our party member game objects, yeah, so we put the character number there. Yeah, so this returns a list. We just get a character number. Right, if I do something like, let's just look at these stat character data dot passive effector. Let's just make sure that is working correctly. So if we look at the character data here, passive effector, movement speed, armor, wisdom. Okay, so that is in there. It's not like that somehow got removed. So that's fine. Now why the hell then is this thing complaining? So that's not a problem. Seems like the get stat total is breaking. It that's what I feel like it is doing. So let's just do debug. I should learn to use the debugger. But anyway. So if we just return stat name there, just out of curiosity, let's see what it actually can do for that. Maybe I should put on error pause, so I don't even continue. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Error pause. Okay, so let's play. Let's see how far it gets. Before it reaches the first error. Okay, so it got stat name, stat name. I guess they both... Okay, so the level prep UI... Interesting. So this is already different because I see my characters. Okay, obviously this didn't work, so it got... Okay, so let's see. It's probably because I paused it, right? Okay, so it got to stat name. Why did it actually print stat name? I think I did something dumb with the debug. For crying out loud, that's not what I wanted to debug. Okay, but it called that, it got to get stat total. That's the last thing it ran. Before it gave me a no thank you. So character debuff, inventory. So is it one of these things that's not working? So the character debuff... That's inside character stat manager. Let's just see where's character. Get debuff amount. So if stat name is equal to affected stat and debuff is applied, return mon minus debuff strength. I don't know if it's this that's the problem, right? Because clearly it has a problem right here. Ah, goody. I'm so happy that I get to fix bugs right now. Okay, so it's trying max health. Which I think is just the first one, isn't it? So maybe that's all it is. I actually don't know. Why did it try max health specifically? So stat name. So who called this? Let's just see. So the more character stats UI called it. Okay, that's why. So it wanted to update the health bar. So it wanted to get the maximum health of the character, but somehow the maximum health doesn't exist yet, or something. So trying to get the stat total for the health didn't work. So create more character stats UI is ran at start, right? Is it possible that my character isn't completely spun up yet? Ugh, what am I doing? Opening flippin' random stuff here on the side. Is it possible the character is not completely ready to go? So it seems like the Duck Ninja. So they started with the first character, right? And that's when the problems happened. So it was the more character stats. And okay, so both of them call it simultaneously. Okay. That makes sense. Get more character stats UI with a character. I mean, surely we have a character here when we call this, right? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. So let's just try. No. We should have a character here. Debug.log character. Not character name. I just want a character. So we should definitely have a character. So it seems like my more character stats is actually the one breaking this. I don't know why. Okay, so obviously both of them trying to do the same thing on startup, but it's clear. I can change that. I don't have to do that on startup, I don't think. I don't actually know what happens first, start or enable. Okay, so let's see. So key not found exception. That is interesting. Okay, so I tried to randomize the upgrades, but I couldn't find character 4. Which means it kind of got a bit further this time. Somehow. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do... Stop this. Okay. Ugh. Okay, so this create character stats. I'm actually going to change that. Okay, so what we do here, we have all our character stats set up. So then we just create with the character stats with the character, and it'll get the correct character stats to do this with, right? So we should call this maybe later. So create character stats might be called not on start, but at some other point in time. I don't know if there's a late start. We can try that. Late. There's a late update after start. Late start. Okay, yeah, I think that might be my issue. Okay, so all of this stuff works. It's when we call this that the thing kind of breaks. So, create character stats UI. Let's see, when is a good time to try and show that? We could do it. Okay, so we hide this. This is the character level up UI, right? So we hide everything here. So let's say I think when we show it the first time, we can do create character stats UI with the character. So we create and randomize, do all that stuff. And what we might do also, so we don't run it here, right? So let's just get it out of that. So we create, update, and now what I'm thinking here, so let's go to our more character stats UI. So more character stats UI also has create more character stats, but maybe we do that a bit later as well. So when would be a good time to do that? Maybe we let it be called by something else. So you can do all the setup stuff, but creating the actual stats, we should do that later. So show UI could work theoretically if this thing has a reference to the more character stats for each character. Okay, so we do have a more character stats. So what we can do is, instead of doing it here, we can have the character level up UI create the more character stats. So let's see. So more, yeah, actually, more character stats UI dot create more character stats UI with the character. So this should only happen when we show the UI. And this is only done in the UI manager. No, it's done in the game manager, right? Right here, show character level up UI. And this can only happen on start, which could be an issue. I'm not sure. This could still be a problem, right? So we'll try it. Okay. So now at least this is not going to just run on whatever. Now the level prep UI. Wait, let's just check something here. We don't want to create this every time, actually. Yeah. So doing it here. Yeah, we're creating new UI every single time. That might be dumb. We might only want to create the UI for each character. But later. So we could go into the player manager, and when we create the characters, we can create the UI for the character. This happens. Yeah. This happens at start, so that at awake, so that's not gonna work. That's annoying. Yeah, so a lot of things are now counting on this to be done, but this should be done though. Okay, but the problem is this could be done, but the awake functions or something else isn't quite done yet, I guess. Like the character stat manager should have been. I mean, this thing doesn't even have a start function, it's just there. But maybe the character manager has a function. I don't actually know. So on awake, it doesn't do anything. Does a couple of things on start. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Okay, but now the UI will not create because I commented that out. So let's actually check what happens if the UI doesn't actually try to calculate anything. Will it then just not work? Okay, so we get a new reference exception error. Now it's actually just the one. Okay, so it seems like character level up UI still try to do something. So it's this line over here. Character data, update character data dictionary with a stat name. So right here we get a, I'm assuming so this calculate upgrade value was run by what? Such a... It was ran by randomize upgrades. So randomize upgrades runs upgrade value, calculate upgrade value, which doesn't work. Now, okay, I'm just going to try something, because if as far as I know, if the skill points are less than or equal to 0, we'll never get here. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe the skill points that I gave to the knight to start off with is kind of breaking the game. So let's just go to the knight. Give him 0 skill points. All right, we apply the override and we play the game again, because it could be that that is the issue. That might be an issue. Okay, so now we don't have that error anymore, but obviously I didn't create all the stats, so it might have been just that. So something is not quite initialized when it tries to do that, and then it breaks. Okay, but this now means that doesn't, this is nothing. Okay, that means our more character stats UI, we can create that again, so that's not a problem. And our character, not this one, our character level up UI, we can create this again, that's not a problem. Okay, let's try that and see if the game works again. Yeah, it's funny that the skill level, so it's definitely on the first set of updates and getting everything ready. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It cannot actually do that calculation yet. Maybe it can't do it ever. Let's actually test that. Okay, so now we have a new problem again. So let's see. So again, on that, it had an issue right there. For crying out loud. Okay, so let's see. So the more character stats a start, then create more character stats UI gets ran. Get stat total tries to do something and it breaks. So get stat total doesn't return the stat. Okay, so that's the one function that breaks. Well, that's the last thing that breaks because the characters, this one. So right there. Yeah, so this runs this. This goes to that other thing and then it breaks. Because here we have a null reference exception error. Which is strange, if I'm honest. Yeah, so this is the health bar. So it's trying to get the maximum health, but it seems like our get stat total cannot do its thing. And that, oh, you know what that might be? So get stat total could be trying to access our character data. Right, and our character data needs to get this upgrade character data dictionary stuff, right? So this dictionary is made on Awake. So why would that be a problem then? Okay, you know what? I'm going to test this with a... Okay, so right here. Let's see if I can make this thing break beforehand. So if I just call this in a debug. Okay. So I'm just want to print out this value. Right? And see if that is in fact my problem. So if I can print out this value, then that means I can access my stat. If I can't, then I know I can't. What I could also do is, let's do another debug. Yeah, look at me, debug. I'm doing, what's it called? Print debugging. Because that's the only debugging I can do. Okay, so if we could also do, we can try and get it directly. So we can do character data dot upgrade character data dictionary, and we can give it a name, stat name, max health. Right, so we can ask our character upgrade character dictionary what the max health is, and we can ask our get stat total what the max health is. And we can see if one of these two break. Okay. So I don't think get stat total, I don't think accessing the dictionary directly is going to break. I think get stat total breaks. So we'll see now. Okay, none of them ran. Okay, so again, it happened right there. Okay, we can't access that dictionary from character data. So this character is not fully initialized or something. So we're trying to access that stat from a dictionary that is not a thing yet. As far as I can tell. That's very strange. Okay, so it's definitely got something to do with the way these things are initiated. So if we look at... Okay, so let's think about this. So our player manager obviously gets going here with the players. Now, I'm going to try something funny. If I debug it here, right, inside my player manager, let's just see... player manager. So we go through all of these and we add the characters. Okay, so we create the character and I just want to kind of get the character data. So before it's on the list, right? So this is adding the instantiated character to the list, right? And then getting the character data from the instantiated character, not the prefab. Right, this is all technically possible. Unless I'm doing something very dumb here. And create characters happens on awake, which means all the start functions shouldn't have a problem with this. So we're going to try and get the health over here. I really should think of a better way to do debugging. I don't understand the debugger, to be honest with you. So it's kind of a problem. Okay, let's play. I didn't clear this, but it's... Whoa. That is bizarre. Okay, so actually our player manager is already breaking here. So that dictionary isn't working. Now, what can we get then that early on? I would have thought that, you know, instantiating the character means the character dictionary gets made because the character data was instantiated and then it went upgrade character data dictionary. It created a new dictionary, did the for loop, added all the stats, that's bizarre. Set all the dictionary values, so it's fine, right? It's done. Is this even called once? Actually, don't know. Let's do a debug .log right here and say set this is the upgrade dictionary values. I could give it a stat name, but I don't really mind. Yeah, so max health should have been set to max health, but I don't think it's even called once. So the awakes I create this thing, so I instantiate it, but it feels like instantiating an object only happens later. If that makes sense. So it's like awake happens, instantiate, then it runs a bunch of start functions, and then the awake for. So it's not like it's instantiated and then at instantiation all these awake functions get ran, and then it can actually reference some of the stuff. That doesn't seem to be the case at all. Okay, I'm understanding things about how Unity works. Painful. Painful. So I have a feeling it's going to fail even before it sets up that dictionary even once. That is my suspicion. Yep. It doesn't even get there. So it literally, it's not setting anything. Yeah, actually, no, it didn't even get to the other characters. It just made one, and it failed. So this character data is not completely set. This stuff is, but that dictionary is not. So the awake function hasn't even ran. Okay, I'm going to continue testing because I want to understand this 100%. So if I go to my script, right, I can literally go to my character data and be like, if I debug log here, something like, the character is awake. I think what I'm going to see is the character is in fact not awake. The error occurs before the character even awakens. That's actually kind of crazy. So maybe we need to get a script instance and run the script inside character data. To force it. Yeah. I wonder if that can work actually. That might be a simple way. So if we go to Player Manager, right, we can do var script instance. How do I do this? So I do this whenever I spawn things. So let's just make sure. I haven't done this in a while. Arrow spawner. So script instance spawned arrow get component. So you get the component, which I do. So if I run that script first, yeah, okay. So I don't need to do a script instance here. I have a character data, right? So if I do character data dot awake, okay, so it's not. Interesting. Okay, wait a minute. We can actually check if it did awake. Private void awake. We could do a public manual awake. And we can just run awake. Right? Oh, Jesus, funny. I'm just trying something, okay? Don't. Okay, so we can actually check. Yeah, so what we can do is we can do if character data dot did awake. Okay, so we can check if it didn't do the awake. Then we can just force it by calling the manual awake function or method or whatever you want to call it. So then we can do character data dot manual awake. And now it should run all that code before any of this other code gets ran, right? Ooh, this is a goodie. Okay, let's try that. And then I need to go get myself more coffee. I mean, if it's gonna work, I have no problems the way I did it. Right, that's perfect for me. Let's give it a try. It just works now. Oh, that's so funny. I'd say it was just character is awake. And now, look at that. No more errors at all. It just straight up goes and initializes everything. That's it. So, we got there in the end. Okay, now I just have a million debug messages to delete. Okay, so we don't need that one. Like, I'm sure there's a way that I could have done this that doesn't require this much debug statements in my code, but I don't know how the debugger works, so here we are. Okay, so this guy, it's working as well. I don't think I put debug statements in here. Okay, I definitely did in this. Character is awake. That's fine. We don't worry about that. We can get rid of this. Okay, we'll run this again. Just make sure we don't spam out debugger. Okay, I am still spamming it. Okay, I see. Yeah, the character stats manager, every time it requests a stat, it's like, yo, I requested a stat. Okay, but we can now go play the game with the 3-minute level again. Okay, whoopsie doopsies. Okay, so okay. Our gameplay UI was a bit wonky there for a minute. It didn't quite update when it needed to. Small bugs, right? Nothing serious. Okay. Stop it there. Everything works. I'm gonna go take a quick break. Get myself some coffee and stuff. Okay, so that was just a bunch of fiddling around and changing my code. to be able to start using or building the system that I actually wanted to build, right? It's quite insane, actually, the amount of time I just spent trying to fix the stuff before I even implement a new feature. I think this is kind of one of the things I'm going to have to deal with quite often, because I don't necessarily follow best practices. I do things in a less than ideal way, and then I have to pay for it later, right? Which is yeah. I that's just how I have. That's how I work. That's all I know. So, anywho, let's give you something to look at, so I can go take a quick break. Be right back. I'm back. And let's get that all going. Yo, this guy. Are you here? I just see your message now that you had to restart multiple times. Cool. Okay. So, what did we actually accomplish with all this? I think we just discovered everything that's going to break. Okay, so now here's the next part we need to figure out, right? I think I'm going to have to think about the sequencing of some of the awakes and stuff. So, like when I instantiate certain things, a lot of it just gets instantiated at some random point when the scene gets made. But I can kind of see how that could be a problem. Because some of these things just don't work if they don't happen in the right sequence. But I think everything works now. And what I also think, now I'm going to use the power of scriptable objects, I think. Yes, I might have found a reason to use a scriptable object. So if I'm not mistaken, scriptable objects, they exist when the game loads. So even if I'm in my main menu scene, that scriptable object will exist. The instance is there. And I can access it in any scene I want, and the data will be the same. That is fantastic. Because that means what I should do then is, instead of in the player manager having a list of party member prefabs, it would be better if I have a scriptable object here, or reference to a scriptable object, because that way I can create a little menu on my main menu to select your party, update the scriptable object, and then when this scene loads, it should already work, right? All of this stuff should be there, and it's functional. I believe so. Another thing I should also maybe do, or consider doing, is just adding these prefabs to a scriptable object and then grabbing them from that scriptable object. That's also not a bad idea, hey? That's probably not a bad idea. Because I think I already have scriptable objects for the characters, right? Like my characters, there is a scriptable object for them. Most of the stuff I don't use anymore, but yeah, like literally almost none of this is used. Actually, let's clean this up, eh? Why not? So if I delete all this stuff, nothing should break. Theoretically. And then I can fill it with only useful things. Like a current health, all this stuff is not tracked here anymore. That felt good. Yeah, these events also. This is not used anymore. So the character scriptable object can now have a character name, which is a string. Oh, that could be nice, actually. Yeah, I could. Oh, yeah, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, so I can give it a string name. So, well, I could even make it so that when you select your party, you can select 4 ducks, right? And then you can give your ducks names. So you can distinguish between them. Like Roger, Daffy. Okay. Then the character, the sprite for the portrait can be set. We can set the color. And then another one here would be public. This would be a game object. Game object. Which would just be the character prefab, right? That we also put in here. So if we want the prefab for a specific character, we can just get it. No. I think that works out. And this is a much more sensible use case for the scriptable object. Data for each character that is obviously not changing. So now I can go, oh. Okay, yeah, the progression manager is now obviously very angry that I did that because it used the character scriptable objects. But I mean, none of this code is working anymore. Like we don't. Okay, let's just let's make a big old comment, shall we? Yes, like it. Look at this terrible piece of code I wrote here. Man, I'm especially like I literally did if statements for each character. Oh my greatness. Okay, so let's see if it compiles now, if there's something else that's also upset at the fact that I changed. Okay, yes, there is quite a few things. Oh damn, did I delete the SO list? Whoopsie, that wasn't intentional. So we need a list of stat. No. We just need the stat SO, list SO. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that one. Okay, so now that's happy again. Okay, great. I forgot about that one. Okay, let's see who else. So clear. Basic enemy script. Wait, was the gain XP was this still used? Okay. So in progression manager, the gain XP script was still being used somehow. So I guess some of the stuff wasn't completely pointless. So gain XP. Yeah, okay, apparently that function is still working. Okay, so now that should be fine. Yeah, I think it was the gain XP function to basically, yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, so we've refactored a little bit there. Okay, where's my scriptable objects? Okay, so now it's like at my project files. Getting out of control. Okay, so now my character scriptable objects, I have a knight, a duck, and all the other things. So let's actually change the name here. So this could just be the... I'm just going to call it the chicken knight, right? Chicken knight SO. The duck ninja SO. Robin Ranger. and the owl wizard. Okay, and if we go through this, all right, obviously, okay, so we have their colors. Why is this one set to private? Eh. Undo. What? Chicken Knight. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we need a character prefab for each of these. Right, I think that is pretty much it. Yeah, okay, the name is not that important. That's something we can set later. Okay, so... so this one, right? No, man. Okay, let's lock that. Let's go to prefabs. Player characters, knight character, right? There we go. Yeah. Okay, then we get the knight, the duck, which is the ninja prefab. Then we get the owl. Then finally we can get the robin. Just lock that down. There we go. Alright, cheers, man. I'll see you later or tomorrow. Enjoy your dad duties. The dad duties. Okay, so I think all my character scriptable objects are set. So they gotta... Okay. Character name's kind of a pointless one, if I'm thinking about this. Doesn't really make a difference. We could use a character type. Right, that could make sense. So we could make this a player manager dot character. No. Oh no, this is a character data thing now, actually. Data dot character type, and we can just give it a character type here instead. Right, so we could get that info. Obviously, that info will be in the prefab as well, but we might as well put it there just because. Okay, a bunch of warnings about things that are not used. Okay, so let's just go through all the characters. So the Chicken Knight is the Chicken Knight. The Duck Ninja should be the Duck Ninja. The Owl Wizard should be the Owl Wizard. And the Robin Ranger should be the Robin Ranger. Okay. So we got that sorted. So now what I think we should have is maybe just a list of characters. Or, okay, so maybe a first thing we can have in our player manager is just a reference to each of these SOs. And what that'll do for us, it'll give us access to all the data to start with. And it'll basically make it so that we have the prefabs as well. And the idea would be... Okay, so let's go in here. The idea would be the player knows about all these scriptable objects, right? It just doesn't know exactly which ones are relevant, right? So we'll go through it. So what we'll need here is a public list of type character. Well, it is a character, so hey. Yeah, a list of scriptable object character SOs, right? That's fine. So we get a list of character SOs, and that actually tells us, it gives us access to any information we might need for any of the characters. Okay. So if we go to player manager, so here we have character SOS. Okay, so let's go add them. Lock you. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we just dump them in there. So now we have a reference scriptable object for each type of character. And now we can have a list of selected characters. So in our scriptable objects, we can create a new one called, in our scripts, scriptable objects, let's create a script that's called, scripting. This would be a scriptable object script. Right, and all I want this to be is a list of, let's just say selected party member list. Actually, I see I have a party members SO. What is that? What is this? Maybe I already did something like this in the past. I don't know. Maybe I can just repurpose that. I don't know where this is used. Or I don't know what it is. Okay, it's a list of character SOs. Interesting. Okay, so I did something like this. I don't use this anywhere. We can use this one. Party members SO. Okay, so let's get rid of this one. It's okay, we don't need two. Okay, so what does this thing contain? So I don't think it contains that necessarily. So, okay. The first thing it should have would be some kind of a list. A list of, let's see. Character data dot character type. Okay, and this is just the party members list. And then I also kind of want to have a list of type string with party members' names, right? And then I kind of want to go and can we do awake? I can't remember, but there's some things that a scriptable object cannot do, so it exists. Okay, let's just start with this. We can write a script that can edit these things if we want to, but these two lists should exist. I believe they just exist, right? We don't have to create them or anything like that, like we do with the normal lists and stuff. Like normally when you do a list of any type, if I have this correct, like if I just had a list here or whatever, I would have to go somewhere when I start doing anything with the list. I have to create a game object list like this. But as far as I understand, the scriptable object already exists, so that's okay. It does things differently. Okay, so we get all the... Okay, now what I want here instead is a public, not a list, but just a party members SO. And I'll call this the party members SO, right? And what this thing has is the list of the party members and all the names for the party members. Okay, and what I want to do now is when I create the characters, I actually don't want to go through my party member. The game objects list would work, but I don't want to go through the prefabs. I want to go through the list inside. So I want to do party members SO dot party members list dot count, and I want to go through that. Right, and now the way I instantiate the game objects is I go and I say, so let's think about this. So the party member list is just going to be a list of party member types. Okay. So party member prefabs. We don't actually want to go there. We want to go to the character SOs. Do we want to loop through my character SOs and look for the name? That seems kind of dumb, if I'm honest. So we have the name, right? And we can look through them and look for a type. And if we get a type, we can then grab the object and all that good stuff and initialize it. But it kind of feels dumb. Wouldn't it be better if these were in a dictionary of some sort? And we could just grab one with a reference. I guess it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Like, I like the idea of it being in a dictionary, and I give it a name, and I'm like, look, I want this guy, and it gives me the SO that I need. But since dictionaries aren't really serializable, I think this is going to be annoying. So we can just loop through the list. So when we go through here, okay, so the party members SO dot party members list. So I kind of have to do a for each. Okay, character SO in character SOs. Wait. Yeah. In character SOs. So we just have to go through that and say if character SO dot character type equals party members SO party member list item I, so whichever one we are at. So basically we check for that, right? Okay, so we go through all our SOs, and if for I we get the one we need, we can do this stuff. So then we can do our character. Right, so first of all, we get our game object character. We set that. Equals instantiate party member prefab. So no, not this time. We actually grab from our character SO dot character prefab. Right, so we get the prefab from there. Right, so that's the first thing we do. So then the character data. Okay, let's just get all this stuff in there. Okay, so we'll go through this now and just make sure everything makes sense. Okay, so let's see. So we go through our list. We take the first element, and then we see which character does it match. This list, I mean, the amount of characters. If I do an incredible job one day and I have like 100 characters, this is just still going to be a very quick loop, so who cares? Right? And it's not something that happens often. It's just initializing the characters. Okay, so it's going to be fast regardless. But anyway, so we go through our list of characters, right? And we compare the type to what we have in our party member list. Okay, if we find one, we can now initialize that character. So we get the game object, we instantiate it, we give it a parent of this, the player manager. Then the character data, we get that component, we make it awake, we've awakened it. Then the character data dot character ID, we give it an ID. Okay. On character data change. Okay, so we connect all our things, and party member game objects, we add the character. Okay, great stuff. Now, the other thing I think I want to do is I want to give it a name. Right, so I think in character data, we should maybe, because each of these, this is a mono behavior, this thing will be created every time. So obviously we have a character type, but on top of a character type, we might have a name for the character. And that could really be any string, right? So stats that don't really change, I think that's going to be what it is. So something like, the juice name. So we could just have, let's see, character SO. So we're referencing this back to this. I guess that's okay. We have a character type, character SO. So, I mean, it's just going to be a public string character name. Right, and nobody uses, so we have types, we have IDs, and we have a name. So we have three things. Okay, but the character name normally is just, not really a thing. And we set the character name. Okay, so we can do in our player manager. So we know the character data is now awake, and we can set things like the character ID, and we can do character data dot character name equals. So we want to go to our party member members SO dot. What's happening on Discord? Serializable dictionary. Oh. Wait. Okay, why the hell did... Do you need all of this just to make a dictionary serializable? Am I understanding this correctly? Wow. That's insane. I have to have a look at that. Okay, so you basically create a whole new thing that didn't exist before. A whole new class. I see. It kind of doesn't make it does make sense. Ah, no problem. Cheers, man. I think I'm just gonna keep my list. Yeah, it's fine. My list looping. Character name. But I will use this for something in the future, I'm sure. I need to remember that. Okay, but anyway, where were we? So we get from that, we get the party member names. We just get the first name as well, right? So we have the party member type, okay? And then we have a name. So the types can be, you know, non-unique. And the names also, I mean, if you want to name them the same thing, that's fine. You could do that. Okay, I like that. So now we've created the characters and we've given them unique names. Now what would be also cool is if our character level up UI doesn't actually use the type for the name. Where the hell did I do this again? Character name, yeah. So this label gets set here. So we use the character type, which is dumb. Let's use the character name instead. And we don't have to do a toString, anything like that, to replace dumb stuff. If you want to put dumb stuff in there, that's what the name's just going to be. Right? Is there any other place I use character name? There's a bunch of places I used to use character name, but I think that was when the character name was still the character ID, essentially. And obviously that didn't change. Okay, so now I think that's the only place. So that's when I created. And the more stats UI, I think that one also uses the character... where does it do this again? It should be up here, right? Yeah, character type. Let's make it character name. And we get rid of all these formatting things. There we go. Okay, so now what we can do is we can actually create that scriptable object. So let's give it, let's instantiate this. Hello. Come on. Oh, we already have it. It's right there. Party members SO. So here we go. Now we can have a party member list. So we can add our 4 elements. And we can do chicken night, Robin, owl, and another chicken night. Why not? And then we need 4 names. So it can be Rob, Stacy, Joel, and Piet. Nice Afrikaans name there. Okay, so now these characters will be created with those names. All right, so if we play, oh please work. Oh, it might break. We'll see. Damn it, it broke. Okay, let's see. So I think I didn't plug it in. Yeah, I didn't give it the reference to the good old plugging stuff in. Party member SO. Yeah. So we just need to stick that in there so it has the reference. And now it should work. Okay, it seems like it didn't work. Oh, that works. Joel, Stacy, Rob, Piet. That's so cool. Okay, I like that. So here it still uses the type. Chicken Knight, Robin Ranger. I thought I changed that though. Okay, next level. So we can do Joel, or we can do Rob. Let's take Rob. Oh no, let's take Piet instead. Okay, that's cool. So that works. I like that. Okay, why did the level up UI one not? Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, wasn't compiled because I didn't save it. Damn. There we go. Rob, Stacy, Joel, Piet. Nice. And everything. Okay, this is annoying. I don't know why that doesn't update. Yeah, actually, even my character level didn't update. So there's something happening. I don't call an update, I guess, on my UI. That would be also kind of cool if I change this to Piet level or something, the character's name. Okay, for now though, I think I'm happy with that. So it works, right? So we have this party members SO and we have the prefabs. All of that stuff is there and it works. Now actually I think I can get rid of some of this stuff now. Specifically this other one, the party member SO. No, prefabs. This doesn't do anything anymore, right? Yeah, so we just get the party members SO, which is a list of all the stuff, and then we can get the character SOs. You can get the game objects, etc., etc. I wonder if we could. Yeah, we could probably. I'm just thinking if we can customize the colors as well, right? Make the player select the colors. I think we can do that. Okay. So what I think we should do now is make a UI that'll allow us to edit this in some way. That's going to be interesting. Okay, but at least the ability is now in the game. So if I want to go... Actually, let's play the game, right? Let's do something ridiculous, right? I'm just going to go play the game, but I'm gonna make my whole team a bunch of wizards, for instance, right? And that's their names. That's fine. So let's play it like this. Now, and this is the type of replayability that I think this is gonna give us immediately, right? It's like I can go be like, oh, that's a lot of purple, right? But we can go next level. We can just start with Rob, and we can go, right? And Rob can do his thing, and I didn't change. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to do it this way. Let's go to level manager. Let's put this boss level down there. So it's actually the boss level. Some of these levels are a bit messed up now, but it's okay. So that's the one thing we need to change. And then this first level duration is 30 seconds. So let's go again. Okay, next level. Rob, let's go. Okay, so we start here, and as you can see, it's kind of messed up. Hey, there we go. So Rob got a bunch of levels. Now here's the trick, right? You take passive strength whenever you see it. So passive strength, passive strength, passive strength, and now things like this happens. Wisdom plus 500%. Passive strength. Okay, so we'll see, and we should see each of them separately. So what's going to happen is, you're going to see some of them are going to have a ridiculous wisdom effect. This is broken now. Ooh, I broke the game. So more passive strength. So you take passive strength and wisdom for a couple of levels, and we'll see where we get to. You can do lifesteal, I guess. Damage +1. Okay, that was actually bad. Attack speed. Movement speed, critical chance. I don't know. So, but Joel has a 550% wisdom multiplier. So if I play with Joel, I'm gonna get ridiculous level ups. So I'm gonna try and main Joel, right? He's gonna be my going to be my carry bird, because he's going to level up super fast. You're not going to get many other benefits. Like you're not getting super strong armor upgrades or attack speed upgrades, but you are going to get a lot of upgrades, right? So we'll see how this goes. Okay. So he got... Wait, only one level? 2 levels. He got 2 levels. What? This is daylight robbery. Okay, we'll try and make them as strong as we can. So attack speed is good here. Spell damage is also good. Movement speed, I guess. Okay, so for some reason Joel's wisdom... The wisdom was reset? Wait a minute. What just happened? That was a massive number just now. Why did the wisdom go back to... %50. Okay, Okay, I have a bug. It's kind of sad. It's a weird one, because why would it... Yeah, so something broke. So let's see if we can get wisdom again for one of these. So, max health, attack speed. Obviously, we're not going to get wisdom now. Let's take one of those lower guys. Okay, there's something broken. Man, I thought I was gonna have so much fun just playing the game, but we have bugs. We need to figure out the bugs. Health regen, lifesteal. So something happened with the wisdom. I don't know. Okay, let's see what happens if I click restart. Actually, I clicked it. Okay, so everything is back, and we have all our characters back with the same stats. Okay, so let's start. Let's take Rob. Okay, let's just clear this. So if I click character 2 and I click there, this character cannot be selected. Why? Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's fine. That's what it does. Okay, but I currently selected... Okay, so we have Stacy. So Stacy, let's see what you can do. Just let's kill as many as we can so that we can get as many levels up as we can, because the first level is normally pretty good. In terms of level gains. Okay. So, Rob is getting wisdom plus 80%, right? So it should go up to 130. Okay, great stuff. You can give him some health, give him some movement speed. Okay, health regen, more passive strength. So let's just go back to Rob, still 130. Okay, passive strength increase, passive strength increase. Damage, right? Okay, cool. Health, I guess. Health again. Wisdom plus 120. So we have a 130 and a 170 in terms of wisdom. Okay. Health regen, attack speed, more passive strength, right? So Joel and Rob now have higher wisdom numbers. So if we start, we click on Rob, click on Joel. Let's play with Joel, right? So Joel. Oh, this is a boss level, so this level is not going to have anything on it. Whoopsie. Okay, let's just go find the totem and hit it a couple of times, so the time goes by faster. Okay, so Rob and Joel still have all their nice strongness. Okay. Now Joel got reset. Rob is still fine. So how did that happen? That's so weird. Why would the wisdom get changed to 50? And is it really changed to 50? Or is it just a UI bug? Nothing else does that. It's only the wisdom. Okay, let's stop. Let's go investigate. So specifically for wisdom. I don't know if this happens to any other character type, actually. So... Okay, so this would be the more character stats, right? So when it creates the more character stats, that's not the problem, that just happens, right? And then show more character stats would just change the numbers. So it'll go... okay, let's change this just to character ID. Just so we're consistent here. So we go through all the character IDs inside of our player manager. We match it with the character ID to get the display style none. Okay, that's fine. So this is just hiding actually all them. And then we just show the character ID for the one we want. Okay, that's fine. So we're just showing, literally just showing all the character stats. We're not updating the character stats, just showing it. Okay, so maybe during update it breaks. Okay, so stat value, more character stats dictionary, character data, character ID, stat values, label. Oh, we're just getting the stat value. Okay, no, I'm stupid. So then we change the text, get stat total with the stat name. So this could be where it goes wrong, right? So this get stat total runs. It comes here, and it's like, cool, we need to get it from the upgrade character data dictionary. Then we need to get it from inventory, and we need to check the debuff. Now, the inventory and the debuff should be 0 in this case, and it should only go to the dictionary to get the stat name. So, what if... Okay, character dictionary with the stat name. Yeah, so I kind of want to print something here. So let's do just this. So whenever we get the stat total... Okay, this is called a lot of times, so I need to be careful. If the stat total is wisdom, for instance, we could change it. Yeah, let's just see what this thing does. Gain experience with wisdom. Okay, this is called whenever... Okay, so gain XP happens, and then for each character in character get component, gain experience with wisdom, XP amount. Okay, so then we go here. Okay, we get the experience gained. We get the character ID, and we ask if this is the selected character. Okay, then we say, okay, cool, if it is, then the current experience will be equal to the experience gain multiplied by 1 plus whatever our wisdom is over 100. When do we set the wisdom stat? How is this set? Because I think that's basically the issue here. At some point, the wisdom stat kind of just breaks. I guess. And it's impossible for me to just check it. Right? Okay, so if you think about it, the wisdom... Let's go to character data. Okay, so we have an initial wisdom, that's fine. And then we go into our set dictionary values. So this is just the initial setting up of the dictionary. Okay, and we set our wisdom over there. And we never call this again, right? So this is just called once on awake. Okay, great. So that's the only time we set the dictionary values. Okay, on character data change. Me and debugging again. I guess this is going to become my life if I don't figure this out. Okay, let's see. So the character stat manager, you know what? I'm just going to do it. So if stat name equals stat name dot wisdom, I want to know about it. So tell me, actually, every time you request the wisdom, give me the wisdom, right? Debug.log. Just print out the wisdom. I just want to see what it is. This thing is referenced so many times. We can check where it is referencing it with the wisdom. So this is all within the character stat manager, right? So experience gain, and so whenever we want current experience, or whenever the current experience is changed, we get the stat total. But getting stat total shouldn't change the actual stats. So the only other place where we actually change it is at the level up, right? This is the only thing that could theoretically change the wisdom. Right, because whenever we randomize the upgrades, so we come through here, and let's see. So we add the stat number, okay. We have an upgrade number, we calculate the upgrade value. Upgrade values, okay. So let's go to calculate upgrade value. So here we go. And here we have a passive strength multiplier. So if the stat character data passive effector, so we do our little loop. So this thing could change the upgrade value. So this is always just added, right? The upgrade value. So even when we calculate the upgrade value, it's just added. It's not like it can be... let's just see. So calculate upgrade value, that's fine. So we get the upgrade value. Okay, that's great. And then we get random stat to upgrade. Oh, we just add it to our dictionary. We have our buttons working. We color the buttons. Yeah, that's so weird. And we could even do so where we connect the buttons. Let's see, where do we do that? Yeah, apply upgrade. So we just do apply upgrade with our random stat to upgrade key and the character data. And we go stat name is equal to the key. If it's max health, do that. And I guess what we can do as well, just to check this as well, if we can do if stat name equals dot wisdom, debug dot log, and what we want is wisdom upgrade equals so let's think about this. Okay, so we get wisdom upgrade, upgrade character data dictionary stat day plus equals upgrade amount. So this upgrade amount was calculated so just take the key, take item 2, and item 2 would have been that float over there, which is the upgrade value, which we calculated doing this with the stats. So calculate upgrade value was done, and okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, so I included a couple of wisdom, or well, a couple of things, and I don't understand if it's just a. Yeah, so I also have a debug, if I remember correctly, I have a debug on get on the character stat manager, right? So every time I request wisdom, I should see the actual wisdom amount. Okay, that's good, because that's going to help with the debugging. Okay, let's give it a go. Okay, so they're all 50, right? So they all got their wisdom amount, and it was 50. Okay, they got it again or something. I don't know. Okay, we select character 3, character 4, whatever. We go there. Start level. Okay. Okay, so it's getting, yeah, because they are dying. So as they die, it's trying to give me experience. So it needs to know how much experience to give. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we got a bunch of calculations done here. Okay, so if I click passive strength, it's 150. It gave me a 50 here. So now this wisdom is 200%. Wisdom upgrades 200. The new wisdom is 250. Fantastic. Okay, we can do. Yeah, we have wisdom upgrade. New wisdom 250. Perfect. Passive strength 200. Wisdom plus 200. So we get it again. So the new wisdom again is 450. So and it shows here. Okay. So plus 400 wisdom, so now 450 wisdom there. We'll just do passive strength. So if I go through the stats, So we have a couple. So let's go with Stacy, right? Because she has the lowest amount of wisdom. Okay. Did I not upgrade the wisdom? Okay, we're gonna go with Stacy. I see that Rob doesn't have a lot of wisdom. Okay, but we're not recalculating wisdom at all here, right? This is all just showing and hiding UI. So I didn't expect there to be a difference, and there wasn't a difference, which is good. Okay, so let's see. I should see, once they start dying, the wisdom should be queried when the... Okay, let's pause. So let's see. A bunch of them gained experience. Did Stacy not gain experience? No, she did. Interesting. Okay, there's the 450. Okay. So everybody gains experience, right? When something gets killed. So that happens. So that's normal. So if we click on Stacy again, so wisdom is 450 still. So gain 3 levels, 50, 450, 250. Okay. So spell damage, more wisdom. Okay. Critical chance, movement speed, why not? Movement speed, critical chance. Okay, so nobody gained anything special. So he has 300 wisdom now, 450 still, 250 still, and if I'm not mistaken, Stacy should have. Okay, it happened. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so something happened. So we went to level prep. That guy has 300. Stacy was put back to 50. And we have 450 and 250. So go to level prep was called, and then this happened. Right, which is this debug. That is so weird. What happened? Okay, so when level so we went to level prep, which that's just the button, right? So go to level prep. And we show the UI for the level prep, right? So we go here, let's see what this does. Update more character stats UI values. Okay. You know what? Let's see if this is actually real, or if this is just a bug. So if it's really 50. So if we take Stacy now. We start the level. If we kill anything, we should see that 50 again. Yep. 350, 450, 250. So something changed my wisdom back. And it wasn't an upgrade. So it wasn't an upgrade that changed it. I think this is why. Yeah, so I was told this previously, and I think this is now another reason why I shouldn't just go straight into my yeah, so somehow something decided to change that dictionary. So this is a problem. This is why publicly exposing certain things like your data could be a problem, right? Because I don't know even how to start finding the culprit. So upgrade character data dictionary is what is queried when we want to know how much of what stat we have. And technically anything can set yeah, so I should have done a function for this instead. I wonder if I can still do that. So would I be able to? Generate, not a constructor, a property. What? Did it do it? Oh, jeez. Jätte. Okay, so here's the constructor. So we get that and a float. Yeah, I don't know if this actually works, to be honest. So if I make this one underscore and this one that, does this actually work? 14 references, so now I can see who. So we create a new dictionary. So this is in the character data itself. Character stat manager. We're just logging. Yeah, so who sets this? So this is plus equal upgrade amount. So that couldn't reset it to do something dumb, right? Unless the upgrade amount becomes something very small. No, but that never happens. Okay, so I think I know. I need to change this so it doesn't work like that anymore. So we can still have the dictionary, right? Yeah. So this dictionary can still work, and then I just need a public say a void that just says upgrade set, something like set upgrade character data. So we can still get the stuff, but not set it. Right, so we do that. And what we should get is a value and a stat name. And then what this does is it does upgrade character data dictionary with a name, and we give it a value. But we might do a plus equals whatever value we get. Right? So we always give it the upgrade amount. So upgrade character data by amount. Okay, so we take that dictionary and we do it like that. Okay, and then we get rid of this. And then a bunch of stuff will be broken now. Okay. So we can make this public, right? But we do a get private set. So we can still get the values from here. No problem, but nothing can set the values. Okay. So we can still get the values, but setting the values has to happen here. Right. And then we should have quite a few errors. So let's go let our game try and compile, and let's go find the errors. Okay, let's just clear this. No errors. That's weird. So one place I can believe there should be an error would be, so we can get the values, but you can't set it. And if you want to upgrade it, you need to do it that way. So how does the character level up UI then work? So let's just see. Because this one I know needs to apply the upgrade. This should fail, right? So there should be actually character data dot upgrade character data by amount, and we should give it the stat name and the upgrade amount, right? And not this. And we can still get anything from there that we want, but we can't change it. Theoretically, that should be the case. Right, the character level up shouldn't have any way of changing character data. They shouldn't be able to call that method or set any. I actually don't know how the dictionaries think about this. So I would say that you can't set any value now. Okay, that works. Okay, that's just creating. Okay, so that is the character data itself. So character stat manager just gets numbers. Okay. This just calculates an upgrade value, so it's just getting numbers. Okay, so that thing just gets numbers. That thing just gets. This is just health bar stuff. So technically, this shouldn't be able to happen again. I have no idea how it even happens. It's a bit of a toughie. And it seems to only be happening with the wizards, where at some point they kind of just get rid of their flippin'. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if it breaks. Okay, we got our values. Next level, we pick one. We go do our thing. Everybody is getting nice and leveled. Okay. So let's see. Passive strength, wisdom plus 120. Okay. Critical damage, health. Really, I don't get the... Okay, so basically nobody except for Rob got an upgrade on the wisdom. Okay, so it's 170 and a bunch of 50s. Okay, so let's give Rob a chance to level further. Ah, this is the boss level that doesn't work. I just need to remove this one. Okay, nothing changed, so... Ah, Rob's wisdom went back down. So after level prep, what the hell is happening here? This doesn't make any sense to me. Am I moving? I might move away from this dictionary. I don't know how this happens, right? So obviously it gets the value, but the value changed, and I can't find the thing that changes the value. Right? Nothing could have potentially called this as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so if we go to character data. So it seems to happen if we don't do any upgrades for the wisdom, then it kind of just resets the wisdom. Yeah, so maybe we just get rid of this entirely, and we do something like upgrade character stat, and then we do public void set or get character upgrade get upgrade character data. Right, and you it returns a float, let's say. Right, and we give it a stat name. Right? And we essentially do this stuff. Well, no. We don't have to do that. We can actually just we can make this thing fully private. Right? Break a bunch of stuff. Make this dictionary 100% private. And when you want to get an amount, we can just return. You just return that, right? But now, obviously, since it's a private dictionary that we created, a bunch of things will now lose access to this. But now I can always go away from the whole dictionary idea if I wanted. So now we get and we set. And we can do here if name equals dot wisdom, let's say wisdom debug dot log wisdom requested. Okay, something like that. And then we can do the same thing here. Wisdom updated. Okay, because I don't understand what's happening. Okay, now there's a bunch of scripts that are probably very mad. So let's just go get them. Okay, so okay, this character data dot get upgrade character data with a stat name now. So that's all we have to do. So we don't access the dictionary directly anymore. We get the data from the dictionary. Okay, so you should be happy. Still a bunch of things unhappy about that. Okay, so that's not fine. Get upgrade character data. Passive strength. Okay. Surely that's not the only places. Oh, it might be. Actually. Okay, let's see how quickly we can break it. And then and then I need to go. I need to go quick. Okay, wisdom requested. Wisdom requested. Everybody's asking for the wisdom numbers. That's fine. Okay, we'll start with this guy. The only other thing I can imagine happening is that somehow the dictionary gets reinitialized. I wonder if that is happening. Because I have that manual awake function that could be causing me some problems now. Oh, wow. Okay, so 160% wisdom right off the bat. So let's see if that works out for us. So this is Pete. Actually, let's just keep Pete. Let's give him all the wisdom. You know what? Stacy can get wisdom as well. Okay. So we have a 50, a 350, a 50, and a 210. Right? Okay. So this is all just go through 50, 350, 50, 210, right? Okay, let's go with this guy. Okay, at least we are on a level with some enemies. Okay, so let's do some passive strength and damage. Okay, so we still have 50. This should be a 350, right? So I'm not going to select wisdom right now. Stacy was reset. Stacy got reset. What the? That's so weird. Okay, let's see. I have a theory. If I play with Pete one level, will he get reset now as well, back to 50? Like, how? I think there's only one way that could happen. Okay, let's kill... I'm shooting the wrong thing. I want to shoot this thing to get the level over faster. It might be that the guy that just did the level somehow gets reset. Yeah. Everything got reset, actually. You know what this is? I know exactly what this is. I understand now. So, here's the thing. Yes, I changed so many things for no reason. You remember, you might remember, if you recall, I added a dumb function here somewhere called manual awake, right? And this thing, you know, is called once to awaken the character. But it awakens the character again later on when the character becomes active for the first time. So what we should actually do here is check if awake, if did awake, if it did not awake, we can do this, right? And I'm pretty sure this is all we need. So if did not awake, we can call awake. If we've already awakened, don't do it again. I think that's exactly what happens. I manually awake once, and then later on when the character for the first time gets active, it awakes again. And then it reinitializes all the data back to the standard data, the basic data. This would have happened to any character. So I can very quickly show this actually. Now that I understand the problem, it's actually much easier to reproduce. And then I need to run, like in fast. Yeah, so we can select anybody, Rob, right? And we can go do some things with Rob, get some levels. Okay, there we go. Rob got a few levels. Like I'm happy I changed the way the data works, because I think it is better to do it with a... So, lifesteal. We give him lifesteal only. And let's give Casey passive strength. So we know for a fact he should have 3% and she should have 300%. So we go next level and, we click on Rob. He's got 3% lifesteal, and Stacy has 300% passive strength. So if we picked Stacy now, we start the level with Stacy, I think she will get reset. So let's just run to the totem. Well, no, I think actually this won't happen again. Actually, I fixed it, didn't I? Okay, next, I select Rob. I select Stacy. None of their stats get reset, no matter what. Okay, I can come play with this again to see if it really works. For now, I need to run quickly. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.